Blicky go retarded? Damn. Disrespected. Huh? Oh, wow. That's wild. That's crazy. Or they can't let me cook with a Valde. Not even, yeah, the PK, what is this thing called? PK 120? Yeah, that's... You guys gotta do better. Oh. Unbounce. Oh! Oh. I got 272727 rubles out of that. Ooh, I love that that bug. Ooh, that bug is so fun. Hey man, what's up? Oh wow, that was a while ago. My bad. Yeah, I was kind of stuck in the bathroom. Now seeing this, Nick. Apology. Sticking around. What's going on, man? No, man, we're just chilling. Just chilling. Decided to hop on Tarkov for a bit. Long. I don't know, man. I have no clue. Probably a little while longer. I just restarted it a bit ago to switch settings. WK. I don't know what WK means. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a boomer. Oh no, work. No, yeah, no, it's the weekend. I don't work tonight. Oh yeah, it do be the weekend. Oh yeah. Soon I'll be 6 days a week, but right now I'm 5. Usually Monday through, or Tuesday through Saturday. The Tar Bob. Good old bobbing tar. No, not yet, and it's starting to annoy me for that reason. Then I haven't had an update. Feel like I should have by now. It's starting to make me think they were just trying to like scare tactic me. Yeah, it happened like a month ago and I was supposed to have a hearing within 30 days and I feel like they don't want to just give away money to people they don't want working for them. Then Christmas season is coming up and I'm like a 6-year person, like they don't want to just get rid of someone who knows what they're doing. Like the busiest time of the year. Yeah, so I don't know. I have no clue. It's very annoying though. It's just the reality of having a union. You get a lot of nice things, but the company treats you like absolute shit and the enemy. Causing a lot of stress. I do also still be in Discord if I ever mute from time to time. I haven't talked in a minute, but I just don't play it through the microphone. Y'all, not we not you. Yes. Answer is yes. Frick it, man. The frick. It's something you want to do before you die? I don't know. I really haven't thought about that much. Try to live in the moment, not really think about things like that. That's why I probably don't have many answers for a lot of your questions in that field. I mean, not particularly, no. That sounds like a clusterfuck, honestly. Literally and metaphorically. Man. 1-to-1 is the ideal ratio, I think. I feel like that's universal. I mean, that, I guess you just extrapolate that up to so 4-to-4 or 2-to-2, you know what I mean? It was my decision. I mean, 1-to-3, obviously. But I feel like the nature's intended one is 2-and-2. No? No? Why would that not be nature's intended? That's literally mathematically accurate. Well, Mormons aren't real, or do they don't know anything. Mormons aren't even real. They just say it for government grants. Oh yeah, that'd be a pretty solid campaign. You an imperfect neo-futurist pop quasi-mentalism escapist of postmodernism identity regression like me? No, probably not. I'm a bit more institutional pilled. I'm America pilled, Liberty pilled, Liberty core. I very much think that America is based and has done a lot of based things, and if any other country was given the power that we have, they would do a lot of less based things. So I'd say I'm a pro-America, neoliberal, neo globalist. Globalism is base. The pink. Yeah. Just a music player. I didn't make it. I just typed the, what's it called? The file out. But yeah, the thing is, it's two different pinks for some reason. The vertical one has a lighter color pink, and if I change it, it changes both. So I've just kept it. It's supposed to be a bit dark or lighter, more pastel. But yeah, I choose the color. Yeah, just a hex color thing. You can just choose whatever color you want. Whole color wheel. Why did I choose pink? Because pink looks nice. It's one of my favorite colors. Looks sick. Clean. Good light. Promotes a light tone. Pink is goated. Yeah, it'd either be a light pink or a light green theme for pretty much anything I make. Did she bleach it, and did you get any on your t-shirt? Then you know what you're gonna be feeling like. We all know. mean, you never know. Sometimes that's what they're going for as well. Christian. I mean, you said it. Taking your word for it, man. Ugh. So if you're ever not sure what to do, you could always just ask Joe Biden. He has pretty much the answer to every question that's ever been asked. Shout out Biden. No, but it doesn't means nothing to me. It's two idiots talking to each other. One idiot is running for president and the other one doesn't know how to push back against any of the idiots he talks to on his podcast, so I didn't really care to listen to it. It was just gonna frustrate me. Listening to Joe Rogan not push back against lies. No, it's not even the expert. He doesn't act like an expert. He acts like he's just an idiot just asking questions, but then and I think he's telling the truth. I don't think he's misleading anybody. He is just an idiot. And so when he has people on who are much smarter con men than he is an honest thinker, well, what happens is that he has a lot of people on that just outbrain him, and he just kind of gets left in the dust and lets people use his platform as a propaganda machine. I used to like him back in the day. I used to like him back when he was more UFC comedy focused. I do like both of those things. Oh. Wait, you didn't die? Out of me. And I get my head taken off and I hate it. I hate that spawn so much. Like, yeah, he just kind of knows he's dog water. and has just kind of owned it. He also is, it's more retaliatory. Once people got mad at him about his literal misinformation about COVID, he got like mad for some reason. When he was literally misinforming people. What do you expect? But I don't know. It's just it's a whole host of things with him, man. I think it's a lot of it's just contrarianism, retaliatorianism. He's not willing to break. I didn't mean to shoot there either. That's not good. He's not willing to break on any of his like strong beliefs in any capacity. Whatever. This is where I die right here. You ready? Across the street. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Shocking. But no, yeah. I don't know. He's just, it sucks because he is an endearing guy overall. Like when you listen to him talk, he's generally interesting person to talk to for a variety, or to listen to for a variety of reasons. He's engaging. He's interested in almost anything. The dude just like kind of went on this weird like, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just a weird like counterculture tangent. Basically just like forcing himself to be like anti whatever he thinks is the popular idea, even though it's just because it's the one that people are saying is literally the morally greater. Like, I don't know. And then people on the left suck at pushing back too. They suck at pushing back. It's that they push back on literally everything, and so they make it just like a useless discussion where even though they're right, like they're not getting anything done. Because like for example, Trump said the enemy within thing over the weekend, last weekend or last week, whatever, he said that. And then what's it called? Like 3 days later they're talking about him at McDonald's, like, wow, this is the worst thing in the world. Like, what are we doing? It's like, why does it go around? Really? Speaking truth, man. America's going retarded. Like a Mark 18. I don't like that. Am I God? Yes, obviously. Yeah, I meant to do something. Heart Bob. Two things. Why change the priority? Something, what's up, man? Need to turn off the efficiency cores now. Oh, they are off, okay. Flammable. I I didn't read that message. That's crazy. No, I am not that man. I don't know if I could do that, man. That is a bit of a wild thing to do. A bit wacky, as they might say. I am what the kids call super mega late right now to the party I'm trying to get to. It's fine. I know, I read it. I read it. I don't know if I could do that, though. It is very funny, but... And you would probably be taken in the back of a police car after that. That's my thought process. Getting like 112 frames after that fix. That was like the most beneficial one I've ever done. It was very easy. Oh, wait. That actually fixed a lot of my stutters. I had a stutter every time I ADS with this thing. I didn't even get it the first time. Is it on my end? Or for you? Oh, dude, that AK scared the bejesus out of me, man. I wouldn't, my headphones are just a bit, This guy's just a little difficult to deal with over from the left. You are off to zoinkies today, my friend. No, I've shot that shot too many times now. I just remember it. Gonna be honest with you. That's literally it. Blown up in the back. This aim was so dog shit, dude. Whoa. Oh, you shot your shot, huh? Could not tell you. Thug's Mansion by Mac Miller? I have not. Or actually, I probably have, but I didn't know what. I don't know, like, I couldn't tell you the song because my buddy was a huge Mac Miller fan. So whenever he drove, that's basically all we listened to. So I probably definitely have listened to it a few times through osmosis. If I die, I don't know how to kill this one, so GG's. Grab this shit already. Oh. Tell me. Rough. How does diffusion of water through a selectively permeable cell membrane have to do with that? Not much, to be honest. Mostly has to probably do with energy transfer. Ooh. Money-wise. That's osmosis. Yeah, my brain isn't really, what's it called? Um Physics pilled, I guess. Would that be physics? Biology pilled right now? Really, man. Does this already get looted for real? Because that would make... Oh, wow. It's getting to be like Carson now. You're getting a little aggressive there, Nick. Getting a little angry. It's not good. This is anti-anger. Anti-anger streaming. Dude, there have been not a single valuable spawn this entire raid. Sure. Yeah, you could go as many triangular relationships as you want. All the females leave, gotcha. Okay, they mark out their terroir trees. I don't know how to say that in a weird way, other than I just know how to say territories. Say that in like a strange way. It doesn't seem to be possible for my brain. One of the most cancerous items in the game to put in your backpack right there. It's the heaviest thing you can imaginably put in your backpack. They can all head out for sea. Well, that's so nice. Kind of cute, honestly. Really have to study. Like, come on, man. I just think they need to do something with their lives. You know what I mean? Like the stupid penguins. Brother, there's zero stinking loot. This is not loot. This is worth nothing. Only some of them describe it as prostitution? Oh, with penguins. Yeah, sure. Why not? They love rocks. Okay. I'm gonna keep it a bean. I have to pee. So I'm doing the pee dance currently. So I am gonna go do that real quick, and I will speed read your story when I return. Keep going. Don't worry. Naturally, path of least resistance. All these stupid penguins are bringing rocks to me. Pretty much, yeah. Thanks for grabbing all the loot for me, buddy. I didn't have to go up there. Oh, you shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have. Insanity, okay? They're smart enough for insanity, gotcha. Get disoriented because of the za. Gotcha. Lol. Oh my god, I thought the base of the gun was his head, dude. Holy shit. They'll still wander off. I'm gonna lock in here for a second. Just to clear this. I heard one out there. Maybe he's above. But why? On insane. That's the or that's the train leaving, isn't it? I didn't hear the first beep. Must have happened when I was gone. Good lord, man. No bullet hit. It's so bad. Oh, they're not innocent. These are all criminals. Anyone who stayed behind in Tarkov is technically a criminal. They all should have left if they were law-abiding citizens. Well, this is a excursions. It's a war zone. They should know better. Their fault. I didn't tell them to stay in a war zone. What to do? What to do? I guess go up top. I literally never go up here. Hey man, can you do? So I grabbed all the valuable spawns up here. I didn't loot these guys though, which is good, I guess. That's what Stalin said too, and we all know that. Okay, I mean, everything can be bad. You freeze it when you do that, when you put it through those contexts. Caligula? No, I am not the former leader of what, Rome, right? Yeah, no, that's not me. I'm gonna see that. Oh, so much good ammo though. Not a single valuable spawn, but all the ammo I could ask for. Oh, an SR. What do you have? M80. Oh, give me that. Need the loot, man. You don't think I need the loot? Need the loot. Highly sus? Okay. Sure. I know what I did. I'm just chilling, man. He's down low. Okay. one up there, okay. Didn't think I saw one. Sure, though. Oh, no. Is it? Because I've been smoking for almost 10 years now. So it's pretty rare that I cough. I also smoked cigarettes for like 8 years. So it's pretty rare I cough. I also don't like coughing, so I normally don't load a big enough one that's gonna like elicit a cough. It's all about optimization. Scared now? Why? Please tell me I have Northern Road. Don't. Okay, I gotta go this way. Or no, I do. Northern Checkpoint. It's not called Northern Road. That's why I don't have that. So it's not what it's called. Need me to substantiate an idea? Since when? Since when? Since when? Since when are there mines here? Since when are there mines here? Since when are there fucking mines there? Oh my god. Ow. This is the ethos? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. What is the ethos? Oh, my credibility? I don't know how to prove that. I've just been smoking for years, man. I started when I was like 15. I don't know how to verify that. I just don't need to cough. Literally ever. And I'm sure I've coughed sometimes. I've choked up on my own, like, phlegm more so than weed has gotten me to cough, but that has to have happened once. Oh, I'm not just lighting a lighter. I showed you the bowl the first day. And this shouldn't be your therapy. That's not good. My mic won't pick it up. It's too, like, I literally have it right in front, and if you can't hear it, then there's literally no way it can get picked up. I, like, take the entire, what's it called? Pop filter away. I rotate it upwards, and then I bring the bong right next to it. Yeah, I literally showed you an entire bowl. Tell me, yeah. Also, I cannot be your therapist. That's not good. You should, if you need therapists, you should go to actual therapists. No, I'm not mad. I'm just responding. Just not a responsibility I want to have is all. You know what I mean? Not to like get super serious out of nowhere. Because I was mostly joking, but... Well, that's not good. Shouldn't have such a negative outlook. But who am I to say? Well, yeah, but it's just like how Elon Musk technically or per se isn't breaking the law by paying people $47 to sign a petition. But I mean, he's like he's skirting the edge, you know. Wait, are you talking about someone I was... Did I reference someone, or do you just... You love that, and then you're saying man, like the closing, like... Not like actual man, but just like, man, I love that type thing. Oh, Elon. I don't. I probably have the opposite of loving him, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I really... I used to like him, but as I grew older, he just kind of looks like a fraud. His businesses are cool, like, I'll never say that about, like, SpaceX is not a fraud, but he's also not the mind behind that at all, so... I don't know why he gets all the credit, but he's the money behind it. But I don't know, I've just never liked Elon, personally. Well, I mean, I can't say never, because I used to as a kid, but I definitely do not anymore. Kind of just gone off the deep end. Although it's been quite a few years since I've ever actually, like, regarded him highly in my own head. Definitely been some years. Yeah, just a lot of his ideas, like when you look at them, they're kind of just like, what was the Hyperloop? He just reinvented trains and then everyone realized and completely gave up on it because what the fuck else was it? It was just trains. Invented trains. But somehow he's like this genius. Like, the electric cars are cool, but like other electric cars are better now. Yeah, but he doesn't even know where to point the ship. He wants to go to fucking Mars. That's retarded. Why would we go to Mars? You have to build a 50 time... If we launched on a mission to Mars from the moon, the ship you would have to build is like 50 times smaller because the moon is like 50 times smaller than the Earth, which means it is relatively 50 times less the... What's it called? 50 times less on the the gravitational pull, which means that the rocket doesn't need as much propulsion to leave. But he wants to go to Mars for whatever fucking reason, which is useless when setting up a lunar base right now and promoting the setting up of the lunar base right now is like, should be our #1 priority by far. But he's going to waste a lot of taxpayer dollars, and yes, taxpayer dollars, because who is SpaceX's #1 customer? It is the NASA corporation. I really dislike it. He really annoys me. There's a lot of things I could go off about Elon. I'm just not a big fan. His so-called free speech platform, where now I have people who are calling themselves red-blooded Americans that refer to actual football that comes on the television every Sunday as American football. Like, what? Those aren't real people. Those are Russian bots. And those Russian bots were not nearly as bad before he took over. And now he's posting like AI-generated images of political people he doesn't like. On and on about him. So many things that I dislike about him. I think there are those minds, it's just those minds aren't loud like he is, so they don't get as much recognition because we care about loud. Loud equal funny, loud equal good, loud equal strong, loud equal everything. Because America's full of a bunch of homunculi. Not saying homunculi or Elon Musk fans, but just in general, like, we're very just simple minded. Yeah, game is game, but like, and it might be hubristic, but that doesn't do anything about the quality of my criticisms. My criticisms are still very valid. He bought a platform to call for quote-unquote free speech and then decided to take the company from a publicly funded company where public people can invest and have somewhat of a say versus a privately funded company, axe 2/3 of the current workforce to make it profitable again, rather than something that's like just worth running because it's the, what does he call it, the town square of the internet. He literally ruined Twitter. Like, all I see on Twitter is right-wing propaganda anytime I open it. It's just all right-wing being shoved in my face. And it's just so cancer to just see. Like, was Twitter maybe a little biased to the left? Sure. So does that make the correct answer fucking swinging as far possible in the world to the right? Because that's basically what happened. If you used Twitter before and after, you would definitely know what I'm talking about. So now, half of the people there aren't even real. Little bias to the left? Right, on this issue? Yeah, a lot of bias. A little bias? But like, literally Hassan Piker is like ousted by the entire left, so I don't know that's not true at all. Have I been to Berkeley? If you're talking about California is a completely different beast. Those are far left, but that's not the majority of people on the left is the problem. And the bias to the left is, what did they do? What did Twitter themselves internally censored something because it came through from a repairman, which repairmen aren't supposed to share private things from laptops they're repairing, by the way. So they took it off because it directly violates the hacked materials policy, where they then eventually decided to unban it and uncensor it within 24 hours, while the JD Vance files have been censored for 3 weeks, and that journalist is still not unbanned on Twitter, the guy who reported on it. I don't care about the relationship between Berkeley and Twitter. I don't care. Because whatever Elon Musk is doing is worse. I want to see actual actions being done. I want actions. I want to see actions because I can give you tangible actions. Elon Musk censoring the JD Vance files. That's like a tangible action that is just not even close. An indirect communication with Donald Trump. And he's parading on stage with a presidential candidate and is claiming that he's the... Give me Jack Dorsey jumping up and down with a... What's it called? What to care... But that's not choosing to care what... No. It's understanding the magnitude of each thing. What you're saying doesn't matter in reference to what I'm saying. It matters overall in the grand scheme of things, but not in reference to what I'm saying, because what you're saying is supposed to combat the point I'm making, which it does not at all. But, like, that's what you don't, like, I think understand is what I'm trying to say, is that it's just... We need the order of magnitude is the difference in order of magnitude is wild between those two, between Twitter under Jack Dorsey and Twitter under Elon Musk. So whatever relationship Berkeley and Twitter had, I don't care, because I know they didn't have a direct relationship where Jack Dorsey is jumping up and down on stage with Joe Biden. But you don't care about that equivalency. You want to create a false equivalency because as if Berkeley is the same as Donald Trump, a presidential candidate. It's just not even close. It's in a different stratosphere. But good luck to you, man. You need to know the whole picture. I don't need, when the question is this color green, all I need to do is look at the green section of the picture, but... That's so funny. Like, you can't see how fucking blind you are if that is, like, you said you enjoy joining the stream as much as you have, and then because we differ on political opinion, it's gone. And you can't see why that is. Like, I'm willing to have a discussion, but you just leave. Do you not see why that's like a... Like, do you see how much it influences your entire life right there? Like, that's not good. Because shouldn't influence this at all. Okay. Leaving emotion out of it, I guess, right? Discussion anymore. Get mad instantly. Like, literally instantly. So long as you choose what to care about and what not to care. This is a funny line, man. It's not choosing, it's called understanding the difference between the two and whether or not it is even relevant. Called cutting out the useless shit. Because the useless shit is what distracts us from getting the fucking answers. That's why we can't solve anything, because we're too busy fucking focused on this kind of shit. The whole picture's not as important as the correct answer at the end of the day. The whole picture is like a delusion. No one ever sees the whole picture. You don't see, like, everyone sees whatever lens they want to. It's about pointing your lens in all the right directions. Or pointing it in the wrong direction and learning, but... Because, you know, his view of me being whatever, simple-minded or uninformed is what literally makes him uninformed, unfortunately. It's sad. Very sad. Cool dude, but he just, literally, like, can't even let his own political biases not distract him. Not completely blind him. Like, I hate this, like, bias to the left, like, you gotta remain unbiased. No, because being unbiased means giving credence to an insane fucking ideology that is the cancer of our country. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. They're not on the same table. They're not at the same table. It's literally not the same Republican Party. It's not the same. Mitt Romney's an enemy of the entire party. He was literally the most popular one 10 years ago. What happened? It's not, there's no, like, bias is necessary, unfortunately, at this point, until we have two parties again. Because we have one party and one cult. That's, like, the biggest problem right now. So locked into whatever they currently believe. But it's because one side has the truth and the other side has delusion. And they believe the delusion to be true. That's why you don't talk politics. It would have slipped out anyway. Good thing you got it out of the way now. What's up, Alexandro? Sorry you had to hear that rant. You know, this guy's been coming around for a while. He's been chill, and then I make one opinion he doesn't like, and he calls me uninformed and says, "Anyway, we'll see you for the rest of eternity." Bro, but I'm the one who's like uninformed because I'm correctly biased right now. My bad. Like no such thing as like being unbiased or being a centrist right now is just giving credence to literal fascism, tyranny. Like it's Hitler wasn't a dictator in year 1 through 7. It takes populism. It takes people rallying behind and believing that this guy is some sort of hero that will lead us away. And he's even doing the same fear-mongering thing with the fucking immigrants and treating them like the Jews. And nobody cares. Well, and the people who do care get called crazy. We're biased. Like, yeah, I'm biased because what he's doing is crazy. Ay, 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 man. I'd be here still. I've been yelling political stuff. Oh. You're centrist, right? Okay. Sorry, my buddy was getting off Discord for the night. He's just saying bye. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I was muted for what I tried to say. I was gonna say, yeah, like we don't have to talk politics. Like you're completely welcome. We can talk about it. I am totally able to have a discussion, and it may even get heated, but it's because I'm very passionate about what I believe. However, um, you are not from America, right? Just to make that clear, because I feel like that perspective is relatively important. Not that it diminishes it. It doesn't diminish it at all. I think an outside perspective is very welcome, but okay, so I just think like maybe your level of investment is not the same as mine, so you might not have just looked into as many details of Trump's overall presidency and the threat that he does 1000% present to our country. So one of the things that America holds very, very near and dear to its heart is the peaceful transfer of power. The peaceful transfer of power is what avoids dictatorships, tyranny, all the things that America says are big no-nos. These are things we all agree in America are big no-nos. It's called liberalism, essentially, but I mean more so democracy. But there are things that Trump has done that completely tried to circumvent that, and it is all stemming from I was rich, or I'm a rich kid, I can kind of do whatever I want mentality. And where I get that impression from, I think, is a real place. Sorry, I'm kind of locking in. Slightly locking in. Get shot in the side of my head here soon, but he has taken steps in a direction that I just cannot condone, which the direction is completely circumventing the vote of the people by drafting 70. So I don't know how familiar you are with our system, but we have what's called an electoral college. So the popular vote isn't necessarily who wins the presidency. This is actually the same mechanism that got President Trump elected. He won important states versus winning the overall vote. And what's funny is he claims that the popular vote was stolen from him. It was rigged. It was fraudulent, because he didn't win it and Hillary Clinton won it in 2016. Then he says when he lost in 2020 that, of course, that vote was stolen too. That whole election was fake, obviously. But those two things alone would disqualify quite literally any other presidential candidate. But because Trump is Trump and people go, oh, he's just such like a personality. He's such a, he's not a politician, so you can't. It doesn't matter if he's not a politician. These things are anti the fabric of America, which is my biggest complaint about him. But those aren't even close to his biggest attacks. His biggest attack is using his own personal legal resources to plot to overthrow a literal line of the Constitution known as the Electoral Count Act of 1866, which we put into place when, during the Civil War, certain electors tried to overthrow the vote of the people by voting for Jefferson Davis in any ways, even though that their states told them that the people had voted and chose the other president, or Lincoln, so this rule was put into place so that you basically any candidate can't just make their and I didn't see him until it was too late. Yeah. This rule was put into place so that the electors can't overthrow the vote of the people. The electors are representatives of the vote. What Donald Trump tried to do on the day of January 6th, that he calls, a day of love. He calls it nothing happened. He says, which, by the way, his people were screaming, hang Mike Pence, who was his vice president. While Mike Pence was in the building they were outside of, and he sat in his room drinking Diet Coke for 3 hours and 50 minutes as confirmed by his own daughter. And did nothing. And you want to know when those people left? When he finally picked up his phone, tweeted and said, we have won, we have showed them our strength, you guys can all go home, you are all patriots. That's the only time they left. So this was a literal violent. That alone makes it a violent attempt at disrupting the peaceful transfer of power. But more importantly, this was a plan. There are memos that are passed around the Trump administration. There are people who worked very closely with him who have given testimony to this very fact. There is recorded audio of Steve Bannon talking about some of these things, where he's planning to basically delegitimize and overthrow the election. Overthrow the results of the election if he loses, because he didn't believe he could lose, and if he lost, it was fraudulent, quote unquote. But when he was told by literally everyone he trusted to tell him whether or not he actually lost or won, he ignored all of it, said I won anyway, and filed, 60 plus lawsuits, where over 40 of them he pulled himself. They backed out themselves because they had no evidence, none of it. And if you watch the ones that did go to trial, they're pathetic. The lady literally skips a 20-minute chunk and goes, where did these ballots come from? And that 20-minute chunk that she skips shows you exactly where they came from, which was where they were supposed to come from. It's like the craziest shit. But then we still have people that legitimize this guy. And he had a literal plan. So basically his plan was, he drafted 79 individual people from 7 different states to appoint themselves as the duly elected, state-appointed electorate slates that were going to their state capitals on January 6th to certify the votes of their people. The goal was to have those slates of electors act as a confusion or basically an excuse for Mike Pence, who was Donald Trump's vice president, to say, okay, we don't know what's going on here. I don't know who's the real electorates. We can't certify the vote today. We have to throw this up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has 3 Supreme Court justices picked by Donald Trump throughout, which is unheard of, by the way. That is just incredibly lucky. Obama didn't pick the justice while he was president and left it to the winner of the election to let the American people decide. He then naturally got one throughout his presidency, and then during his 2020 election, he picked it during the election year anyway, and didn't let the American people decide essentially who the next Supreme Court justice would be. So now the Supreme Court leads 5-4, and if there's any constitutional jump balls, anything that's unclear in the Constitution, we bring this to the Supreme Court, okay? That's how our system works. The Supreme Court is favored 5-4 Donald Trump, and just recently in July granted him criminal immunity from official acts, which he's still able to be incriminated, luckily. There are ways, hopefully, actually, we don't know yet, because Jack Smith can't even bring a trial against him. He can only bring the proposed indictment to Supreme Court, and they have to approve whether or not it's legal or not. But the point being, the only thing that stood between him and, like, the presidency on January 6th was Mike Pence saying, no, I'm not going to do that. I am going to get this election certified because these are the correct votes of the people. And he did that. And he certified the election. I'm sorry. That's like essentially, and that's just one thing. That's just one of my major issues. But go on. It is like quite literally him trying to overthrow the vote of the people, which is anti-democratic. It's basically what Orban did in Hungary, but worse, because it's just like through direct force, and he literally told a mob of people to go. But I'm sorry. You could ask your question. I'm ranting. Yeah, also just one thing. The people who stood in the way of Donald Trump overthrowing the vote of the people, Donald Trump has called traitors and kicked out of his party. 42 of 44 of his former administration members are gone. And his new vice president has said that he wouldn't have certified the vote on January 6th. But that's just another detail that's really, I think, important to know about this election, which makes it a little different and where the fascism things start to pop up. Where, like, I wouldn't say you're anti-American if you voted for him in 2020, but if you vote for him in 2024, there's just no way you're not anti this country. It's just my only opinion. It's foundational that there's a peaceful transfer of power. It's very foundational. She has not deflected every time. I've heard her go to KamalaHarris.com and look at her policy that she has laid out on her website. It is 80 pages just on the website. If you bring it to Microsoft Word, it's like 100 plus. Go to Donald Trump's website and look at his policy. It is 16 pages on Google Docs or Microsoft Word. And some of his economic policy is, we will slash inflation. That's it. Kamala has answered questions over and over again. You're probably just not seeing them. And when she is asked a serious question, it's normally incredibly, or what is posed as a serious question or like a controversial question, it is probably posed in such a dishonest manner that addressing it is pointless. I do absolutely think Kamala is a viable option for multiple reasons, but number one, she does have actual policy, has been a part of the administration that pulled us out of the economic downturn of COVID, where we are by far the #1 economy in the world recovering from COVID. So like I don't know what more you need. And in terms of qualifications, she's been a prosecutor her entire life. If like that's like, I don't know what makes you more qualified than being a prosecutor for your entire life and then getting elected to the, what's it called, Attorney General's seat under Obama, or being the District Attorney of California, or being a Congresswoman of California during Trump's presidency. She has so much experience in government and has pushed for so much legislation. Well, if you look at Trump's actual legislative record, it's all executive action. Do you want to know why? Because he was constantly fighting with everyone, including people in his own party, because they disagreed with him on minor issues. And if they disagreed with him on anything, he'd go nuclear. So nothing got done. Every single thing that he did was an executive action, which can be revoked not only by the judicial branch, but by the next president. Or I don't know if it's the judicial or legislative, but one of the other branches has the check on the president to just revoke or vote against an executive order, essentially. And the next president always can. It's just not like concrete legislation. And then he like constantly says there were no wars under me when we abandoned our Kurdish allies, we dropped the largest bomb in Syria that's non-nuclear, they're just blatant lies. Like, Kamala might deflect or politician her way out of some questions, but she's not blatantly, provably lying or causing panic in towns that I live near, because I live in Ohio. So that Springfield, Ohio shit, it's a little closer to me than, most people. But most importantly, I know that you could see on the local news that they were the only schools shut down in the middle of fucking September when the weather's 75 and nice. Schools are getting shut down because of bomb threats. Because the people heard him say that they're eating the cats and dogs, and so they started calling in bomb threats against the schools in Springfield. He put them on that stage. Sure, he's not responsible for those individual people's actions, but he said it to 60 million Americans. Would that have happened if he doesn't say it the night before? Probably fucking not. It's just the irresponsible action after irresponsible action, and then it just gets hand-waved because he just calls the criticism bias. And he just says that and it just wipes everything away. I think if you go look into what a lot of Kamala's interviews, she has answered substantially questions. It's just, and you watch her Fox News interview where they literally try to give her a gotcha and then cut off a part of the clip where Trump literally says he wants to use the military against the American people. She absolutely has a plan, and it's written down on her website in a very extensive format. That is just kind of my whole argument for her. But, and I'm not arguing at you, I guess, because if I sound aggressive, that's just a very common, what you said is not uncommon to hear from Americans who just haven't been incredibly engaged in the system because they've had no incentive to be engaged. Why be engaged when the news that you get shoved in your face is super entertaining? I mean, it's a sad but honest truth. News is entertainment. No one cares about the truth. No one is going to sit and read through a 120-page indictment like I am. But that's because I'm autistic and care about this kind of stuff. I read through the Jack Smith indictment that Donald Trump said was completely phony. When I read it, it don't look too phony. There's a lot of damning shit. He just doesn't want you to read it. He wants you to disregard it completely. And that's what people do. They do, because it's easier. And it blows my mind. And then no one reports on this shit. And then we have people like Piers Morgan who act like they are actually a centrist when they echo people like Tim Pool who are quite literally paid by the Kremlin. It's just, there's so much about that guy. I can rant for hours. Hours and hours and hours. Just there are fair criticisms of Kamala, but when you extrapolate those criticisms over to the other side, it's just not even close. So then you have to wonder, do I care about that criticism or not? And that's when a lot of people who support Trump just decide, I stopped caring about that criticism. It's actually not important. And the goalposts have changed so many times with them. It's crazy. And what's also crazy is how you can't you can't be an anti-Trump Republican. That doesn't exist. There are anti-Kamala Democrats that are going to get elected. If you're anti-Trump, you lose your seat because his whole entire he starts talking trash about you, making up names about you, and your entire voter base abandons you. It's happened so many times. It's crazy. And then no one bats an eye. Which is the most mind-boggling thing. No one bats an eye. And see, I'd respect that, and I think being center right in your country is probably means a lot different than being center right in America right now. It's probably a completely different, like, ethos, you know what I mean? There's a whole different set of baggage when it comes to being center right in America or in American politics. So in general, I think being center, I'd honestly be close to center right generally. Like when it comes to the market, I'm a very free market capitalist type. But it's just, and socially I'm a bit more liberal. But when it comes to like this very specific election, like right now America doesn't have a center right. They have a center left, a far left, and a far right. There's nothing but far right right now. 80% of the Republican Party believes that the last election was stolen, when quite literally every piece of evidence that has been presented by them, by Trump, by Trump's lawyers, by people who are pundits of Trump, all of them have been absolutely nothing and have gone nowhere in court in front of juries. It's just, in the right, or in America, we have no center right now. Like, we generally don't. Like, voting for Kamala is not voting for the left. It's voting for democracy at this point, unfortunately. But it's because this guy wants to be a king. Like, quite literally, yesterday, or not yesterday, this week, they asked him, what do you think about the transgender women in women's sports? It's, you know, I think it's an issue that needs to be talked about. And there should be, like, guidelines, and it's a discussion that America has to have in general, and a lot of countries probably have to have. What does Trump say? Oh, you just ban it. How? Are you going to go talk to the leagues, or are you going to talk to no, just the president bans it. The president just bans it. Yeah. That's what his conception of what it means to be a leader is completely skewed. He's just lost. And now he's just so hateful. Everything is retaliatory. Everything's in retaliation. Nothing that he does, like his old campaigns used to be productive, I would say. They were, productive is the wrong word. Positive, not productive, but positive. His old campaign was positive. His campaign against Hillary was positive. It was about making America great again. It was about draining the swamp so we could build a better future. Now it's about America's bad. They're letting him all in. Everybody's coming through over the border. Oh, they're poisoning the blood of the nation, which is a literal quote from Donald Trump. That's a quote verbatim. They're poisoning the blood of the nation. That worries me. That kind of stuff worries me. That's what you read Mein Kampf and you're like, huh, I might have heard this somewhere. It's like an insane. I would have called you insane for comparing him to Hitler in 2019, but after 2020, January 6th, what he tried to do, that shit was crazy. And I would have said, you know, I don't blame you, but I mean, he's probably not actually like he won't actually do it. He just really, you know, it's all like an ego thing. Now I don't know. I think he might actually just be Hitler now. Like, he has said such insane things because he believes that any press is good press. This is a quote he has said 50 million times from when he was age 21. But the negative press has broken his brain, and he's no longer, like, his perspective is skewed, and it's now just anti-enemy. He doesn't think that we can work together. as an outsider, but I mean, when you listen to her speak, she doesn't really push anything super far left, like, ever. I mean, depending on what you think far left is, but I don't care if she's pushing far left ideologies are not the same as fascist ideologies, populist ideologies, fear-mongering of a certain group of people in a certain geolocation. That's scary. A guy, it's just like, I would agree probably in any other election, but this guy has co-opted the right in America. He has made them care not about reality, but only about whatever serves his victory. They just blatantly disregard or say they don't care about any damning thing. I've watched, this is, okay, unironically, I'm not joking. There are clips of Democrats, people on the left, going up to people at Trump rallies who have all the Trump gear on and asking them, multiple people, not just one person and not just one person interviewing this. I've seen multiple people ask this exact question. Who would you rather vote for? Kamala Harris or Vladimir Putin? The amount I can tell you, not many of them said they would vote for Putin. A few of them did, but not a single one of them said they would vote for Kamala. They said they wouldn't vote or they would vote for Putin. This is how brainwashed people are on this woman. Like, people, like the what's it called? Like, the person, she's literally put more people in jail than most cops. She's put so many people in, like, she owns a Glock that she walks around with. Like, she's probably in her own mind center right, but she understands that the left is where she needs to be. That's where she can make the most impact, you know? But I just feel like people have, like, been, like, her perception has just been washed on the internet and across the world, I guess, if that is the outsider perspective of her. Because that's the perspective I would have agreed with in 2019, but that's also when we knew, like, absolutely nothing about her, and that was a really popular ideology in America, not just in her. And she was riding the coattails of, like, Bernie Sanders. Do I like that? I don't know. And I think she goes left of me in quite a few places, but it's unfortunately just not the. We don't get the Trump doesn't give us the luxury of caring about those things, is my end position. As much as I'd love to care about those things and argue those things, we can't, because we can't even argue whether or not the government, we can't even agree on whether or not the government makes hurricanes. Like, people on the right genuinely believe the government sent Hurricane Milton at Florida. That's insane. And there are people who were holding rifles at emergency relief workers because they believed the lies that were being spread. Having two parties is crazy for this reason. I understand now, two parties is based unless one of the parties goes crazy. I can explain to you why we have two parties. So I imagine, I don't remember what country, if you ever said you're from, but I'd imagine if you're part of a democracy, you'd have a parliamentary type system where you have multiple parties with multiple seats in whatever system you guys may have come up with. Greece, gotcha. Okay, so the two parties. The parties work when we understand that we mostly agree, but we have fundamental differences, and that's what creates the two parties. True democracy. Greece is the OG democracy, I cannot lie. But America, so the two-party system, the reason we adapted it, I think, and the reason it's based, not the best, but it has its flaws. So, like, there's pros and cons to any system of governance, okay? I think that's the most important thing to understand. So, like, there are pros. Now, I can't believe I'm saying, like, I can't, 19-year-old me or whatever would not be able to believe I'm saying this, but there are pros to be having a fascist leader. One of those pros is extremely swift action. Extremely swift action. Meaning, like, in response to a threat, to a, what's it called? to an invasion to like some insane politician who's like corrupting everything. Like a fascist leader gets rid of that in lickety split, let me tell you. But you don't get the will of the people. The people have zero input, and that's the worst part about all of it. With a democracy, what you do is you get the will of the people, and you also tend to get a more accurate result. Why? Because it tends to take longer, so you're mulling over it. Oh, emergency? Have to go? Gotcha. Oh, maybe I might be responding to something old then. Older, like in response to, I'm responding to something that you were responding to a while ago. You know what I mean? Yeah, like in case of emergencies. Yeah, an emergency. Yeah, exactly. Like fascism has its benefits. Like every system has its pros and cons. US tried to strike a fine balance between that by having two parties instead of 50, because 50 party, not 50 like I'm over exaggerating obviously, but the two parties, what they do is they give us a semblance of that swift action that a fascist government is allowed to have while still maintaining the democracy. And I think that's the real strength of a representative democracy, is the fact that we can split into these two parties through our representatives, and those representatives can kind of act as almost teams in Congress when making laws, and it's a lot easier for us to get stuff done because people can just vote to their party if they really are torn on an issue. You know what I mean? Rather than allowing like the Green Party to have like 30% influence over the entire vote, even though they make up like 1% of the entire population. You know what I mean? Like the two parties are generally going to be aligned in America, I think. Why not have people vote count for the final decision? Because I will explain why. Because that is slow. As accurate as that may be, and as much as that might represent the will of the people the most accurately, it takes the longest. And sometimes speed is more important than accuracy. Because like, and that's just kind of like the argument. And I'm not saying that one is better than the other. I'm saying that's our reasoning behind it, if that makes sense. So which one is better? It's kind of hard to tell. All I can tell you is that both are better than fascism. Which is and if you listen to the Germans talk now, like modern Germans and Germans who survived under Hitler, or who lived under Hitler, or people who were persecuted by him even that survived, you can't wait for the alarm bells to ring. You can't wait, or no, sorry. You can't wait for him to do something to then ring the alarm bell, because it's too late by that point. You have already given him too much. Yes, but still, at the end of it, like, even if, like, how would you, that would just be such a, the process of doing that would be kind of hard to, first of all, like, how would you do that per area, I guess? So, like, if someone's voting on something in your area, and also in America, hold on, I should address the first point. If someone's voting, or in your area, how do you determine, like, what a minimum threshold is for how many voters have to vote on something for it to be inaccurate? Like, because what if, and, like, I feel like people aren't always the most, I think this is one thing that pure democracies really don't understand, is that, well, no, it's not that they don't understand, it's that their framework makes so much sense when you factor that the voters are informed. But what about when the voters are not informed? That's the biggest problem. And American voters are not informed, and haven't been for a very long time. Some of them are. Those are the people who participate in local government and vote at a local level, which you can have a massive impact by advocating and voting at a local level, and a lot of people in America do. But, like, and that's the other thing with state government versus federal government, like the representative democracy part of it all, that's, like, yes, we're split into districts even within our own state, But when we go vote, our vote means a lot more in that district. So you have a lot more of influence. And those things directly impact your life a lot more. It's things like voting for funding for potholes, infrastructure, that kind of new schools, all that kind of stuff. And that's all stuff you get just by simply participating, which it feels like people like Trump are literally advocating against the participation in real government because he says all real government is fraudulent and fake. It's just because they don't agree with him sometimes. And it's just like, how do we operate in that world? I don't know what to say to that. Like, how are we supposed to argue about whether or not, like, Kamala's economic policy is viable or not if we have to worry about this guy screaming about problems that don't exist? That's like the crux of my, Hey, oh, you've been sick, Emmanuel? What's going on, man? Good to see you, though. Hope you're feeling better. We were just chilling here. I'm yelling at Alexandros, but not in a negative way. I'm ranting. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, also, like I said, Alexandros, if I do sound mad, I'm not mad at you or anything. That's just like the passion coming out. I just care about it a lot. It's like, it means a lot to me. And plus both of my grandfathers like fought in wars, like put their lives on the line for they believed in was a great nation, and going up against everything that makes what they thought the nation great is just rubs me the wrong way, and it's why Trump really irks me. Cousin is the same, half American. Yeah, we get riled up pretty easy. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that. I was clicking on my taskbar that was over the game for some reason. But yeah, it's just the fact that like Trump is against what makes our country our country. It's like he's against the identity of America, and he like demonizes. And then on top of the fact, like, I just want you, like, this to be like for perspective. 2 weeks ago, and then last weekend, not this weekend, but the weekend before. So during that week, and then again over the weekend, I guess is a good way to put it. He stated that, quote, the radical left is the enemy within and needs to be dealt with, if necessary, the National Guard, and if really necessary, sorry to quote him, the military. And then they asked him again what he meant by that over the weekend, and he said, oh, like the communist radical left, people like the Pelosi's, like Adam Schiff. You know, he wants to run for senator now. He's running for senator, who's like a public lefty, and then Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House from the Democratic Party while Trump was president. Like, those two things scare the shit out of me, because what if he then starts working with Elon Musk, who he's best friends with, to go on all the Twitter accounts that are American, that are based in America, that argue with all the crazy MAGA people like me on Twitter, that do it while they're on the toilet like me, and goes after those people in whatever way he chooses to, whether that be legally or with actual force. I have no reason to believe he won't, because he's told me he will. Like, he literally told me so. Twice. All because I disagree with him. And then people are like trying to minimize that, and then like, no, Adam, like these are people who haven't committed crimes, that have done nothing wrong, that the only reason he wants to go after them because they disagree. It's just insanity, dude. That would absolutely change my stance, man. If it was Mitt Romney or any of the classical neocons that used to be in America, that represented America back in 2004 to 2010, absolutely I would change it. Absolutely. It's not a Democrat versus Republican thing. I want the Republican Party back. I miss them. They're gone. It's only the Trump Party. They don't care about what benefits even the Republican Party. It's only whatever truth benefits Trump. If you go against Trump, you're gone. People who, they talk shit and make fun of John McCain, who was literally the hero of the Republican Party in 2008. He was their war hero. Donald Trump said he doesn't want soldiers that get captured. I respect John McCain so much, and I'm a Democrat. It's just like, it's an insane America I live in right now. It's just not the same as it was 10, 15 years ago. 10, 15 years ago, you asked me these questions, and I'm probably going to have a much more nuanced answer than, no, Trump really bad. But unfortunately, he's like really bad, and people are lying to other people in my country, whether that be from my own country or from countries like Russia, about the truth, and we're going to elect one of the worst leaders we ever could elect in history, and we've completely axed our party. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like and another thing, there's like the global stage too. Like, who benefits from a Trump presidency? I can tell you one country who absolutely benefits. That's Russia. I don't know how you personally feel about Ukraine, but Ukraine to me is a mini America in the sense that they're trying to be like, they disagree or go against with or trying to have sovereignty from a country that is like their mother country or their home country technically, and that country is now abusing them in some way, shape, or form and attacking that sovereignty. That's an important story to me, whether they're a NATO ally or not, and I think us supporting them is really important. The fact that Trump is isolationist, won't say one way or the other, is already scary to me. But more importantly, the fact that Trump has outright said multiple times that he will tariff China is even more terrifying to me. But hear me out. So, Russia's our main enemy, in my opinion. EU is your domain. Well, what do you disagree with, I guess? I believe that a sovereignty is being attacked, and whether or not the government is corrupt, that's whatever. I just don't think that we should disrespect the wishes of the Ukrainian people not to speak Russian. They don't want to speak Russian. They want to speak Ukrainian. But I don't know. Whether or not you think it's super important to support them is less important than what this does to Russia. Sorry, this is a wild fight. No, I disagree completely. And listen, hear me out. I actually have looked into this quite a bit. There is a global politics thing that I feel like people don't really either see happening or care about, I guess. Since Russia's invaded Ukraine. No, but he's not even a businessman. His only business is the name Donald Trump. His only successful business was his dad's. He's not a successful businessman. He doesn't know how to make deals. When you look into his history, he's a legitimate fraud. He was just a man who was friends with celebrities. The Apprentice made him look like a much more successful businessman. Trump Steaks failed. Trump, what was the other? What was it, like a Trump Water wasn't even a real company. Trump hotels are, who goes to New York and says, ooh, I'm gonna stay at the Trump hotel? No, you're staying at the Marriott. They're like mid-tier at best. He's not a businessman. But more importantly, that's not why he's bad. It has nothing to do with deals getting done. He wants to tariff China. China plays a giant role in keeping Russia at bay. Now you're saying, China and Russia are friends. What are you talking about? Yeah, Russia thinks China and Russia are friends, but China doesn't think Russia and China are friends. You want to know why China doesn't think Russia and China are friends? Because ever since the economic sanctions from the West, you trade with Russia, you get sanctioned. So people don't trade with Russia anymore. China's willing to tank that sanction because they're looking at a bigger picture. 60% of Russian exports go to China, while it only accounts for roughly 20% of China's import, which means that China now essentially financially owns Russia. And the reason is because all they're tanking are the regular sanctions that any other Western country would take if they decided to trade with Russia. But they're willing to take that for control of Russia. Okay? And so what they've been doing is supplying Russia in the Ukraine war, but not enough to win and piss off the US because they don't want to get sanctioned further, because that trade also allows them to act as a barter to the West, or a middleman to the West, for Iran and North Korea. So right now, Russia's on its way to becoming North Korea, which is already a proxy state of China, because 80% of North Korean export, which is half the price of what Elon Musk paid for Twitter, by the way. Oh, that's all of North Korea's GDP, is half of the value of that Twitter purchase. China, or North Korea, is a proxy state of China. There's no difference between, like, there's no like, North Korea is basically China at this point economically. They have no choice. They can't trade with anybody else. Oh, Russia can trade with another country. I forgot. There's one or two countries they can trade with. That's North Korea and Iran. What's Russia's main export? Let's think about this. That's oil. What's Iran's main export? Let's think about this. That's oil. Fuck do they do for each other? Absolutely nothing but get into conflicts and defend each other. That's it, and that's what we're seeing. This big axis, what incentive does China have in trying to oppose the US? It's going to cost them billions when they're already lost so much money from the damage that COVID caused to their economy. What's the incentive? They have no reason to want to do that. They do have a reason to stranglehold Russia, though, because it beefs their economy, man. It beefs their economy. Their economy gets the buffer of the entire country of Russia. You know what I mean? And here's the thing. Donald Trump has already said that he will tariff China more. Irritating China can do two things. It can, one, incentivize them to then further fund Russia and make them win that war even easier. And it can do a second thing, which is even scarier to me, which has caused them to start antagonizing Taiwan, because they've backed off ever since they started looking at this little Russia side project. They haven't been focused on Taiwan. But if they suddenly refocus on Taiwan because we have angry orange man waving his finger in China's face when China's not even fucking looking or talking to him, it's just like, these type of things are going to disrupt the order that is currently keeping America, like, we are bleeding Russia dry, and the people are starting to realize it. That's why the Wagner group tried to storm the Kremlin. But this is the context that I don't think gets talked about, because this is not surface level. This takes like a couple steps. It takes like 10 minutes to kind of explain even the most basic. Like, I have a very basic understanding of it. But when you look at the numbers, they're all there. 60% or over 50% of domestically produced cars in Russia are Chinese, from Chinese factories that are in Russia with Chinese ownership. They don't even make their own cars. Like, they're gone. Like, Russia's China. And I don't think China even expected this. I think Russia just banging its head into the wall of Ukraine further and further has given this gift. It's gifted this to, what's it called? To China. And now China just has this beautiful gift on their lap. Like, oh, look. It's just a fucking proxy state that used to be in a global superpower just right at my feet. Wow. And so, like, what incentive does China have to piss off the US when they're already tanking economic hits from trading with Russia to begin with? As long as we keep this relationship we got going right now, Russia bleeds dry eventually. And this might be the best thing not only for Americans, but for Russians too. Because if Russia does bleed dry in a very pathetic way by being controlled by, what's it called? By China, the people aren't going to view that as strength. There's those ultra nationalist, super far right people in Russia who are like super hyper pro Putin. Those people are going to be gone when they make no money and their money is useless and everyone has to speak Chinese. It's just like, this is how you get Russia to become a real country. They kind of have to suffer through it because of Putin. I mean, it's really Putin's fault. But like, there's a large enough support that he has that the people don't just outright, like the people in the military don't just outright like go against them and elect someone new. So there's obviously some level of support. Or propaganda that gets believed, vice versa. But besides the point, there's like Biden's economic sanctions on Russia since the Ukraine war have had massive impacts on Russia that you just didn't get to see until you saw the GDP numbers for the next 2 years and saw that their exports were slowly leaving the global stage and entering only the Chinese stage. Everyone in the military is his friend. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Although there are people in the military who turn around and run from the, like people like the Wagner group, but there are also videos of just frontline soldiers just saying fuck this, kinda, but then those people are found executed. Fun country. Sorry, I meant to change the title. Just because I'm up on Valorant. Called rantcore screammaxxing. Yeah, militia. They're like a quote unquote private military corp that doesn't represent Russia at all when they do all these things that helps Russia and Russia's allies across the globe. But no, I know what you mean. Yeah, they're technically not like a part of the military. Yeah, the guy wanted more money. Oh, is that why they stormed Moscow? Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. I just saw that they did it, and I literally assumed. So that's me making assumptions. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't know that. I just didn't know any further details outside of the fact that they stormed them. So I was like, you know what? These motherfuckers, they must hate them, dude. I know they got stopped well short, obviously, of Moscow, but yeah, generally I think that's why, like, I understand where that perspective comes from, though. It comes from, like, the strongman perspective that people on the right have been trying to sell of this guy. But, like, when I see him and Putin interact, it just seems like he's getting taken advantage of. I mean, Kamala Harris was literally made him crack on stage by just making fun of the amount of people that show up at his rallies, and he, like, lost his mind like a child. You know what I mean? Russia will collapse and China is too far off. Or is not far off. Not far off, my bad. No, I think China is our main concern. But I don't think Trump understands, like number one, China wants to put a base on the moon. Not too far off. Oh, yeah. But China is gonna, they already have plans for the ILRC, which I don't think people realize how important this is, but Americans don't give a fuck about going to the moon. But a base on the moon can mean a lot. There are incredible resources up there. And once we realize, oh shit, producing things in an environment that has no ecology to damage and no biological life to pollute, you could really get some production done. And that's what China is going to learn real quick. Not that they care, but American companies are really going to like that. But more importantly, that's going to become the conduit to any future space mining, which is going to be a big thing. There are countries already talking about revising the OST, which is the Outer Space Treaty that says no one can claim any land in space. And the fact that Trump is with a guy who wants to focus all of that energy on building an unnecessarily large rocket to go to Mars when we can build a smaller rocket on the moon, because you need to build a big rocket because the Earth's gravity is really strong, but the moon's gravity is not. But that's just like another, and that's just a small thing. That's a really small thing. That's my personal interest thing why I don't like Trump, because he supports Elon Musk, and Elon Musk is fucking retarded and guiding one of the best companies, SpaceX, into the tubes with this fucking Mars shit. It's stupid. The Chinese economy is imploding. No, I understand that China's not doing well either, trust me. China's not necessarily cooking. But that's because of their mishandling of COVID. However, this Russia stuff is helping them on the global stage, and a successful lunar base could pull them out of that. And I don't think you realize that the Chang'e mission just launched a few weeks ago that's going to go take samples from the other side of the moon, and the next Chang'e mission is building bricks on the moon out of lunar regolith, which is the dust that is all across the moon, which can be turned into water, by the way. But yeah, also some horrible decisions by Xi Jinping, which again, speedy isn't always the best either. That's an example of being a little too fast with your government. Flying a little too fast, a little too loose. That won't matter when people overthrow the government back on Earth. Well, why would they want to overthrow the government when their government is the first to set up to colonize the moon? Wouldn't they then be like, damn, our government's based? Wouldn't that galvanize the people a little bit? Don't you think? I don't know. That's a like a genuine question. Well, but that is going to bring money. So imagine an unlimited supply of titanium and steel. And then if anyone wants to go up to the moon, you now... But that would improve life quality. It would improve their economy by massive... And they have made, what was it, 5 successful landings in the past decade on the moon? That won't... The plans are by 2040. So 2 decades. They're gonna have people back there by 2030. Now, we plan on having people there in 2 years, to be fair. But nothing past that. They have plans for an entire research center. We have concepts of a plan. But that's because Americans don't care about it. That's not necessarily law. Be fair. 2040s is not entirely, that's 16 years off right now. 15 in a few months, I guess. And it's entirely possible. Building out of the material that's already on the moon is not out of the realm of possibility. When you smelt the stuff that's currently on the moon, one of the natural byproducts is oxygen. And the dust on the moon is 0.002% oxygen and 0.00002% hydrogen. So for every kilogram of that dust, you get 1 milligram of water. So about 1 ton would roughly keep about 100 people alive for a day. Or 5 people alive for 25 days, you know? And then there's also water recycling, but the methods are already there. We could have been doing this years ago. But people in China are also kind of okay with it at sometimes too. Like, there's not all of them, obviously. COVID really smacked a lot of people in the face. Not saying, but they're like, people still buy in, dude. People buy into the strength. They buy into what the government shows them. And like, it's funny me saying that, being someone who does somewhat trust their own government, but I trust my government through the fact that I trust the system, because the system itself makes sense. But when there's dishonest actors running the system, it can cause problems. I think leaving this world is how we advance as a species and prevent our species from dying. I think a lunar base can prevent it right now. It can prevent the heat death of Earth that is imminent within the next few hundred years through climate change by putting an orbital shader that sits in the Lagrange limit of the Earth, which is kind of like, or not the, what is it? The Lagrange. It is called the Lagrange, but it's not a limit. It's a point. But it's a point in the gravity where it's going to like constantly be within or in between the Earth and the Sun, I believe. But besides the point, it's a shader that can block out some of the radiation from the sun to give us more time to figure out climate change. These are things that have already been proposed. Like, that's cool, man. And like, colonizing the moon? We can do so many more studies out in space if we colonize the moon. Like what's it called? The potential for like, also there are many things that are fiber optic internet, fun fact, runs better in the internet in a vacuum. Also creating creating tissues in a vacuum, so in space or like lunar orbit, which would feel really close to a vacuum versus the orbit of Earth, which is a bit like, if you see the people in the ISS, they're not like necessarily floating, they're constantly falling as they correct or as the ISS corrects its trajectory as it falls into the Earth and then pushes forward to stay from. Yeah, but get that you need. Well, we're not really fighting anybody. Like America, at least. We're more just helping people out because that's what we've been doing for a very long time. And sometimes fucking people over, but like, we're not perfect, and I will never claim that we are perfect, but I think we have, if other countries had been in our shoes with the power wielding the power that we wielded throughout the past 100 years, countries like China or Russia would have taken I just don't want to imagine it. Let me, sorry, I didn't read your message. There are protests all around China all the time, but the surveillance and dictatorial power makes quick work of them. If people are under pressure and don't see change, they probably will act in a more extreme manner. There is also the fear, though, in people who just understand that complacency and falling in line is easier than doing something, which is terrifying, but a terrifying reality. I mean, China's just a whole, I'm never gonna justify China, trust me. I'm not saying that it's good. I'm saying that it's something we should be worried about, and that, I don't know. And it's just like, I don't know. It's like, I just couldn't imagine a world where, like, say you guys, for example, over in Greece, where you guys get attacked, but because you disagreed with Donald Trump, like, America doesn't come to help you guys. He wants to back out of NATO, like the greatest military alliance in the world. Like, that kind of stuff is what really, like, I just couldn't imagine America that acts like that. And the people that prevented him from doing that the last time are no longer with him. Those are and it's for that reason. He calls them traitors and rhinos. And that's why I just think the dude is just terrifying. That's why I make such a big deal about him, I guess. But no, I agree with you. I think the people of China, they'll reach a breaking point eventually. Like, mostly, like, I agree with you in the sense that that's what I want to believe, but I also, there's a scary reality where people just fall in line.
One kill remaining.
But like, I just couldn't imagine seeing in the news, the US won't back Greece because I don't know what would your leader be a prime minister, I guess, or like the person who would like represent your country on the global stage? I don't know exactly your system of government in that regard, but NATO is bullshit. I mean, I think NATO is the reason that like there have been so many less wars since if you look at wars before NATO formed and wars after NATO formed, the amount is shockingly lower. I think that alone is a good enough argument for NATO. I think does NATO, like, now the power balance between NATO, does that get abused? Absolutely. I'll never say that. I'll never say that it's perfect, but it is good, and backing out of it would be, overall it does a good, I think. Now whether or not, and also whether or not you want to attribute that wars thing to NATO is, you know, that could be its causality versus, you know, what's it called? Coincidence, but I don't know. I just think that's like represents a fundamental value that all of these Western countries, that like our two countries share, and that like if anyone wants, like, we don't settle our problems with guns and bombs. Like, if we have to, we will, but we would prefer not to. And if you try to do that with any of our friends, we'll fuck you up. But like, there's half of America right now supporting a guy who doesn't want to do that. Which just makes no sense to me. Like, sure, are there like imbalances in NATO? Yeah, but why not promote a way to fix that when we know how much good NATO has done overall? You know what I mean? Also, I say you know what I mean as like a closing statement. You don't feel pressure to agree with me because I say that.
Match found.
I just think generally,
Warm up.
I agree, but Turkey is a dictatorship that like tries to act like it's not a dictatorship, like Hungary. You know what I mean? And so I feel like we kind of like have to see. I don't know that whole situation, so I don't want to comment too much. But this is my general impression. You know, I feel like that's probably a bit complicated. Like like more like Belarus. Yeah, I just think that there are fair criticisms of NATO that don't have to result in getting rid of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna be perfect. I don't think anything is ever gonna be perfect. There are bad things, but like what's gonna fill that gap, that void? You know what I mean? Would have no war. We have not, or no nothing.
Fight.
But here's the thing that people like. We just, not that you made this point, but this is just something I think that is commonly thought of. Like, people forget that when Americans were the first people to ever walk on the moon, we were actively in the middle of a Cold War with a nuclear threat, under constant threat of nuclear annihilation, and we still did. What was it, like 15 Apollo missions? Like, not that like, yeah, that's not, I don't think you're saying that, Emmanuel. I'm just more making a broader point off of what you said. Just the fact that, like, you know, like, people say that we can't invest in, like, I'm just really passionate about physics and space, so that's why I say that and bring that up. I have very strong opinions. But yeah, when it comes to like the occupation of Cyprus and whatnot, I really couldn't say. I mean, I do know that NATO supports Georgia, which I also support. So I feel like Georgia's own government doesn't support Georgia, but I know NATO, or not, I don't know about NATO, but I know the US has voiced support for the Georgian people. And the pushing of the borders and the rewriting of the borders, now that they've lost basically 20% of their land to Russia over the course of a decade. Ukraine is basically their training for Georgia, people think. But luckily, you know, Ukraine has been cooking, and the Russia has not been cooking with their cardboard plywood body armor. Oh, I believe you. I believe you. It would be interesting. I'm definitely probably going to look into it soon. I love global politics. Like, I find that like the Georgia situation breaks my heart, honestly. I'm not going to lie. I feel so bad for those people. Like, their government is voting for pro-Russian laws after Russia has been threatening their government for years. Like, I don't get it. I don't. Sorry. Oh, that one will make me so mad. No, yeah, like this whole America First thing is really my biggest. That's one of my other really big criticisms of Trump is America First. Like there are things we not only do to support and help all of our allies that like are massively important and we'll just leave them stranded, but there are things we owe to some people. And there are some things we need to make up from bad things we've done in the past too. And backing out and going completely isolationist is like plugging your putting your fingers in your ears and going nah, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. You know what I mean? Like that's at least that's how I look at it. Like I just feel like it's just abandoning our responsibility and like the debts that we do owe to other countries that we've either fucked with, fucked over, or have helped us in the past. What? Based, Alexandros, based. Yes, no, sincerely. What's crazy is how true that is. A king that genuinely cares, a family, a monarchy, a literal family of people that genuinely care about the people of their nation and have genuine decades-long reasons to be invested in the success of their people and their country. What more could you ask for? You get people who are bred to be great leaders, who are raised being told that they are going to be the leader of this nation and that they are going to be they have all this responsibility to bear and all this history to take account for. Now granted, it's a scary amount of power to give one person, but if you can guarantee a logical, or a king that is competent, logical, and cares about the success of its people, name me a better form of government. I'm sorry. Never thought when I was like 12 that I'd be saying monarchy is based, but like monarchy under certain conditions is based. But unfortunately, those conditions are almost impossible to ensure, which is what's sad. But no, I agree with you 1000%, Alexandros. You're very based. Ooh, I didn't look to see if there's any Reina battle pass things. It's really important. No, really fun talk, Alexandros. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Hope you have a good rest of your day, man. is a new Reyna picture? Oh, I need it. Fuck. I need it. Fuck, dude. I didn't think I would buy this battle pass, man. Here I am, about to buy it. Ooh. I got it. I'll load into a team deathmatch. Man, that was a really fun talk, though. I appreciate you, Alexandros. Even if we disagree in some parts, it was very fun. It's actually nice talking to someone who's like knowledgeable about global politics, fellow Americans.
Match found.
At my entire country like that. I can't believe that doesn't come, dude. Like that, like laugh I did into the mic or the breathe or the whatever, that would have cut out my old mic or this mic without this pop filter. It does so much work. But I'm gonna go pee while this loads.
Gotta go. Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
Get out! I didn't spend hours building this arena for you to hide.
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Headshot. Enemy kill.
Oh, I forgot people at this hour would have good computers, so it's gonna load in fast. Missed the whole first stage? It's crazy.
Forgive me. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Gotta go. Stop it.
Oh. That was cold. How have I been, man? I've been pretty good. I have been all right. Got my tax returns recently because I filed them late with my parents. Because my aunt's a tax attorney and my parents do it really late because my mom... Weird tax situation. Besides the point, got a lot of extra money that I can now use. Which is nice. It always makes me happy. I need to use all of it to fix my stupid car. But yeah, man, I've been alright. Been feeling good. Like, the stream has been pretty nice, honestly. It's just been nice having a lot of people stop by. It's really cool. Sucks 'cause it just feels like there's less and less people playing Tarkov right now. Kinda makes me sad, but... Who needs them? Unfortunately, I need them because they make the game more fun. The more people that are playing it. They fill up the lobbies. They keep them from being 5-person... Changes a 5-person labs lobby to 9. Yeah, it's just... yeah. It's mostly just because people aren't playing. Unfortunately. Like, what sucks is, too, is like a 5-person labs lobby versus a 9-person labs lobby. I will die in both, but I'll have more fun dying in the second one. If that makes any sense. Oh, I'm so bad.
Yo,
Oxygen
GG's,
scuba.
losers. Bye.
Yeah, I wanted to perform a test real quick.
My ultimate's ready.
Discord open, please? What? Dude. That did not just beef my FPS up by that much, man. Do I have a cap? Nope, it's just hovering around my refresh rate. Okay. Now let's go into third user. Advanced hardware acceleration on. Didn't really do anything to my refresh rate or to my frame rate. Okay. Okay. Might play like one game of Valorant or something.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up. You can trust my bots.
malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, she
Fight.
miss that finger. Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Wow. Feels way smoother.
Got 3. Now 4.
Dominating.
How's work been? Work's been alright. It's getting a little busier, but busier means that we have more people, so not the worst thing, because then I don't have as many packages myself, because there's more people to deal with the boxes, you know what I mean? Ugh. Good 5 day? What do you mean by that? Or do you mean lucky like me, had 5 days and not 4 weeks? I mean, yeah, I can't ever complain about that, if that's what you mean. I think I explained my situation to you about them wanting to fire me, right? That situation's getting kind of funny. I'm starting to think that it was just a scare tactic. It's just one they've never used before. Effective. Incredibly effective, but yeah. Oh yeah, no, they were trying to fire me for being late and stuff. Even though I have to dispute some of the lates because they're just not real. I was coming in on time on the schedule, but the computer didn't have me as that time. It had me as an earlier time, so I was late for like a month straight in the computer, which was part of the reason. But if I just did that and hadn't been as late and called off as many times, I wouldn't be in the situation, so I can't entirely blame it on that, but... Oh yeah, they told me they're gonna fire me, and then, like, I'm in a union, so my union representative is like, I'm gonna, you know, file a grievance. I'm gonna say you're not gonna fire him, so I still get to work and whatnot. And so ever since then, I've been going in, like, 20 minutes early to kind of prove the point, but now... It's been, like, a month, and I should have at least known by now when, like... I feel like I should know at least when my hearing is. Like, when I'm actually gonna get a... Like, go there with my union rep and decide whether or not, like, they're gonna decide basically whether I'm gonna get fired or not. But I don't even have a date for that, and it was supposed to happen within exactly 30 days, which was yesterday. 2 days ago, actually. 2 days ago was 30 days. And it's now the weekend, so the next time I'll be at work is Tuesday.
One kill remaining.
Yeah, it's a scare tactic that worked. I'm coming in on time every day now. 20 minutes early. No, yeah, your job security is pretty solid because not many people want to do it to begin with, I'd imagine.
Match found.
Oh damn, that's crazy. Sad that you get caught up in that war. It affects you all the way across the. I mean, you're not super far, not as far as I am, but you know what I mean. Well, actually, yeah, you probably are further than me. Now that I think about it, Australia at least. But I don't know, just not being like in the countries, I guess, and being affected by the war that can literally be ended if Putin just says, "All right, stop trying to take over Ukraine." Have been ended years ago. Sorry to hear you had to deal with that. That sounds terrible to have to deal with at work. I could not imagine. We had one coworker pass away randomly at work, like it was just a out of nowhere type thing. Like it was, he was really young, just kind of collapsed, and that like shook me for God knows how long. And that's just like kind of explainable, but like that kind of stuff where it's controllable and you know, I couldn't imagine.
Another mission? Good. Anything to keep me awake.
By the way, their ISO is smurfing hard as fuck.
What's their KD?
What?
What's their KD?
I don't know. I just faced him in the last game. I just know he's silver 3 in plat game.
Oh, no. I'll just write a mod or some shit.
Hey.
Could be mid.
Spike planted.
ISO in left corner.
Busy has targets. Yeah, it's like that.
Oh, I went.
Dropping smokes.
One enemy remaining.
Backs.
Get padre! My little guy did it!
Lena, the offer stands. Take whatever life you need from me. She deserves it.
Have your share of cloak.
What?
Two mid, three mid. One aiming.
Please tell me this guy's
There.
patience.
planted.
Like first bullet, man, every time I peek the guy.
There. Last player standing.
Why are we not forcing?
Fucking what?
Their gate is playing hard to get. Alright, I'll play.
I'm saving for next.
Oh, so because you guys are like good with Russia, then Ukraine attacks you guys essentially? That's rough. I'm sure you guys could care less between the two of them over, like, before all of this. Like, obviously you probably have your opinions now, you know?
Second grenade.
1/3.
Yeah, and then literally all this fucking happens because Putin has to restore the Russian Empire in Russia, so he invades Ukraine and doesn't stop invading them for 2 whole years, even when it doesn't work. When he literally could have ended the conflict years ago by just stopping after he realized it wouldn't work. So many people die, and so many people now getting caught up in the conflict too. It's so sad. Like, the Russian people themselves don't even want to do it. It's literally just this one guy. It's crazy.
Find you. One dream ends, another begins.
It's like the United States invading Mexico and then everyone telling Mexico to, like, hey, calm down. Map's too big.
B.
Yeah, fuck me.
Stealing sight. Spike planted. Last player standing. My ult ready.
Hey, little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
And it's sad too, because they literally agreed, I think in the 90s, they literally signed, Russia signed its name into a treaty that said, like, hey, we're not gonna attack you guys or try to take you over anymore. And then Putin just breaks it in 2014 for no reason, and so now he just pissed the Ukrainians off, which just made them hate anything associated with Russia, and now look at, like, how it's affected you. Oh, I am playing a game. No. I forgot to change the... Damn it, dude. I made mistakes. You could probably hear it, but you can't see me play.
There.
Just had clips too. I was going crazy the first
Spike
few rounds.
Oh, fuck.
Endo net.
Yeah, I forgot
Last
to
player standing.
change the thingy. You shouldn't be able to. It should cut it out right now because I'm tabbed out, but
Fuck, never mind.
that's funny.
Jet was in heaven.
You could probably hear it that whole time, but you just couldn't see. I hadn't changed the setting yet.
They have courage. But
Just
so
like a literal, I just press properties on the game capture thingy in the stream software.
Too old, literally.
Change it from escape from Tarkov.exe to Valorant.exe. Yeah, cause see, when I was playing Tarkov, I never changed the audio, so you could hear nothing.
there.
They smoked mid.
Oh yeah, I was going crazy, dude. I had a crazy clip. I don't know how familiar you are with Valorant, but it's very similar to CS mechanics. You have to stop, shoot, all that.
There.
Hey, Jet.
Ah.
Oh, fuck. 84.
Yeah, just imagine if CS and Overwatch had a baby, but CS was the bigger man and had donated most of the genes. Or the bigger human, I guess, not man, but you know what I mean.
30 seconds left.
More genes from CS than Overwatch for sure. The abilities more replace grenades and make them more
Let me peek
interesting.
her.
So you're not just throwing the same smoke grenade. I think that was the idea, at least. How well that's worked out. Oh, another topic.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
So fucking weird.
Just didn't have to peek though.
The symphony of death. Hurry, you get used to it.
Shorter. Because not feeling to waste my time out here.
It's placing a shirt over.
I have no clue what any of my teammates have said.
$100 on ISO.
Fuck was that?
It's you and me.
Get in sight. Last player standing.
If
Spike planted.
yeah,
Their
yeah.
lives are
Let's
so
just get out of here, though.
meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Why? Why?
Everyone gives up so fast. Alright, I'm eating this kid. Who said let's just get out of here? I don't remember.
Echo mid.
Spike down mid. Pathetic.
Nope. You don't have to keep committing to that, man.
You guys get cyber down on you guys.
No, yeah, let's commit.
I mean,
Dropping smoke.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Backside.
Really? They hope Russia win the war. But Russia started the war. Why would they... I mean, I feel like just out of spite. I guess like maybe with the way Ukraine's been messing, I can understand, but... Like, Ukraine's just fighting back. Like, they might be lashing out in the wrong directions, and that's probably not good, but... Or that, not probably, that is not good. You know what I mean? Man, like, I don't know. I feel like there's some... Like, Russia's the one who made everyone mad. You know what I mean? They kind of started the whole thing.
What do you need?
Can someone buy me, please? Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
It's just that Russia's the reason the war's happening and is continuing to happen. Nobody would be killing anybody if there was no war, you know what I mean? Not the war that started 2 years ago, the war that's been going on since they invaded and took Crimea in 2014. Breaking the treaty of peace.
What's up? Single.
Here.
Heard someone around.
Whoops.
Nice.
You had your fun. My turn.
Nightmare, take them!
I know exactly where you are.
Cutting their vision. Still in sight.
Outside.
Spike planted.
Trash got a hit!
Last player standing.
It's you and me.
so to your
Drop in a smoke.
But yeah, I understand where that perspective can come from. They want them to win the war. Like, I get it. I'm not saying it's a wrong thing to think because the Ukraine's probably lashing out incorrectly at whoever's like Russia supported previously, which they don't really have anything necessarily. It's not their fault, you know, either. It's not your fault that Russia decided to invade. You're not Russia, you know what I mean?
I will hold up the sky.
No, so what I'm saying is that nobody would have died if Russia didn't start it. I feel like that does matter. Don't you think? Would you not agree?
Enemy spotted.
Still in sight.
Cypher's mid.
Spike down B.
Targets.
Cutting their vision.
Enemies are bare. Gotcha.
So no, like what I'm trying to say is like the reason people are fighting at all is because
Last
Russia
player standing.
started fighting, and the retaliation is what happened. I understand what you mean if
Spike
Ukraine wins,
planted.
but Ukraine's not winning to take over anything. They're defending their own country from being invaded. They're not taking over Russian stuff. You know what I mean? That's not the goal of the Ukrainian war. The goal of the Ukrainian war is so that Ukraine does not become Russia, because the goal of the war for Russia is to take Ukraine as its own. That's what I'm trying to, like, hammer home, you know what I mean? Like, that's the really important thing that I think, or that I'm trying to, or that I think needs to be considered, you know what I mean? I mean, to, like, fight with you on something that's affected you personally, because I understand why you believe what you believe, and why you would feel that way, because it makes sense. You don't see, because Ukraine's been doing it, but Russia's been doing shit to Ukraine for 10 years. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, not in, like, the Russian people, like, it's only the government. It's what's crazy. It's only the government. It's not even the Russian people. The Russian people are awesome, dude. Like, I think Russians have done some of the coolest shit. They're super talented when they do things. Like, they're being fucking stymied by their government, man. It sucks. And their government is like causing all this chaos that doesn't need to happen.
I hit it 3 times.
Last player standing.
It's just dividing people and causing unnecessary death. And like, they said, oh, because Ukraine threatened to join NATO. You have to vote to get into NATO. There's no takeover of Ukraine from NATO. Russia takes over your country by killing your military and making it theirs. It's just a different dynamic. Like, whether or not you support that level of strength, I guess, is different, but I don't know, I think we're just well past that in the 21st century. Like, there's so much stuff that is just fucking over Russian people now, too, because of how much their government is fucking over other people, so we kind of have to, like, you know, do some heavy economic fuckery.
It's you and me.
It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. So many people have to suffer for literally, like, a personal vendetta. So I just saw you were here, Daddy G. I've been ranting looking at my screen. Appreciate to see your name. Appreciate you stopping by. Also, Emmanuel, I'd, like, even if we disagreed, I hope we could still, you know, I don't want to, like, it's not important at the end of the day. Like, belief, at least, or political belief, you know what I mean? No, yeah, and that's what really is, like, it's just, it's what sucks, because, like, I don't think the Ukrainian people are necessarily doing the right response to what's going on. Like, Russia did the bad thing, and then they're doing bad thing in return, which fire with fire, or eye for eye, leaves the whole world blind, you know, never good, obviously. And the fact that they're lashing out towards, like, your rig and whatnot is just horrible. That's so sad to hear. But, like, it's just, they're lashing out at violence that they didn't start. And so even though they're lashing out in the wrong direction, it's just, there's blame to be spread across, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, like, they're only doing that because they had their own land invaded by another country in 2024. That's just like that's like, so I guess, like, put yourself in their shoes, like, not that they're necessarily mad at you, they're just mad at anything Russian, essentially. And not that that's a good thing, but that's just, I'm just trying to, like, put myself in their shoes. Like, I get why they feel that way, I guess. But I know your, like, belief for that is very, like, practical, and I can totally understand that, Emmanuel. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong in any way. Like, I feel like you have a right for your own obvious opinion, but also, like, you have your own situation that you're referencing and talking about and trying to manage. So, like, who you support is probably whoever helps, whoever you care about the most. So I understand that completely. I'm just trying to provide context into why I say what I say, I guess. Provide a little bit of the detail. Changing my sense, man. Changing the sensitivity has messed with me. I'm also so dry mouth from yapping, and I have no water.
My ultimate's ready.
Like, I guess the point of it is, like, you can be mad at the Ukrainians, but also be mad at the Russians. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a black or white type, good versus evil type thing, I guess. It's a very complicated, unfortunate and violent, terrible situation that I think everyone in the world wishes wasn't happening. I don't even think the people fighting it want it to be happening on both sides. Like, it's the most tragic thing. Is that the only people who want it are like a select few. Plus, for me, like, I know you're a bit probably newer to the Tarkov community, I guess, Emmanuel, but there are like some Ukrainian Tarkov streamers that have just disappeared. That were really cool people that are gone, and they haven't streamed or they've been radio silent, and they live like on the border of Russia and Ukraine, and like, it's just sad. It's so sad to think about. And we're like, none of this would be happening if Vladimir Putin's ego didn't get in the way. Well, bro, I'm not saying like I'm sure like the politics of it is a whole other thing. Like, I could never tell you exactly why or what the motive is. War is war, but this is a war that doesn't have to happen. That's the thing. War is war, but war doesn't have to happen always. And this war absolutely didn't. This war was the decision of literally one man. One man made the decision that all these people had to die. Because he decided that he wanted to recreate some vision of an old Russian empire that doesn't exist anymore. As if the land they have wasn't enough for them already. They had to go take other people's land. People they said and signed a treaty with that they would never take their land. That's like the crux of it all, which is the problem. Like, none of this happens without the Russian president choosing to do what he has done over the past decade. This is a decade-long conflict. It's not something that's just started in the past, like, 2 years, as the official war would state. The conflict's been going on for a very long time. They've been slowly creeping on the Ukrainian borders to the point where it was just a full-on invasion. They would redraw the borders without telling the Ukraine, and then anyone who crossed those borders in Ukraine, like people who lived in those sections, would just get arrested, killed, or have their houses taken over by Russian soldiers. Same thing's happening in Georgia, which also borders Russia. I mean... Oh, I understand that, but... I understand that completely, but, like, conflict is... Like, people get dragged into things that shouldn't be, ever. But I'm trying to say that, like, the war doesn't happen... Like, nobody gets dragged into anything without one decision being made. And that one decision is solely Russia's. And these past 10 years of the conflict, of all the people who have died in Crimea, Belarus, Georgia... Like, all the people in Russia and Ukraine, obviously, like all the people who have been like boggled up in this like land conquest that Russia has had this like fever dream for the past 20 years now. Like, nobody dies. And the only reason they're doing it is so that they could take more land than they already have. No other reason. It's not like it's all being started because Russia wants to get bigger. They think that they're like, what's it called? That they're like England from the 1500s or something. Like they think that like this is not a modern society we live in where people have jobs and people have lives and families they care about. Where people's whole lives aren't the nation and people aren't like, it's just like complete lack of understanding of reality and just doing whatever he wants to like assert power over another group of people because they did some things that he didn't like. And so now Russia starts all this conflict by themselves with no instigation. Like, nobody killed a Russian to start the whole thing. Russians killed Ukrainians to start the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, the first blood shed was Ukrainian. I don't know how, like, maybe that's not precisely true, but, like, the first bullet fired was Russian, I guess is a better way to put it. Or the first bomb dropped was Russian. You know what I mean? That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Is that, like, none of this happens without one... this wouldn't have happened. Given they don't make that decision. Decision is, like, the butterfly effect that caused so many people to just have their entire lives changed. It's very sad. The Ukrainian people didn't choose it. The Russian people didn't choose it. Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, chose it. Him alone. Oh, him and the people that fund all of his private mansions. Ukraine was a rebellion, and they signed a peace treaty back in the 90s where they signed essentially recognizing Ukraine's sovereignty. That is what happened. Absolutely. That's the history. The treaty is what they're it's what they're breaking. I don't know if it's called a treaty, but it's some sort of agreement they came to where, hey, you don't join NATO, we won't invade you. Ukraine's not NATO, but they got invaded. The agreement was broken by the Russians. Like, that was the deal. I'm pretty sure, who was it, Gorbachev that put that deal into place, I think? But yeah, they recognized Ukrainian sovereignty. Or that could have happened, I don't know exactly when that happened. But I know that they stopped trying to take them over in the 90s again. That part is absolutely true as well. Like, like, Ukraine was a rebellion a long time ago, but then they were a country, and then Russia disrespected the fact that they were a country, even though they previously have already acknowledged and respected the fact that they were an independent sovereign country. But Russia wants the resources, the natural resources. The land in Ukraine is much more fertile than the land in Russia. There are better natural resources there, which is why Russia wants Ukraine. It's like a 1400s power grab for resources. The whole point. It's why they want to keep calling, it's why they want Ukraine. But Ukraine has been recognized by every major nation as an independent country, including Russia. They're not like a rebellion that is being like taken back. They are an independent country, as recognized by President Gorbachev. And like the rest of the world. Every other major Western nation recognizes Ukraine as an independent country. The US, Australia, Germany, England, Canada. All the major Western nations agree that Ukraine is a country, a sovereign nation that has its own borders that were then broken by or infringed upon by Russia. That is just the truth. Everyone in the world watched it happen in 2022. We all watched it happen in 2014, 2008 when he said he would do it, and then he did it. And then he said again in 2016 that he would then take all of Russia, and then in 2022 or 2021 he tried to do it. Or take all of Ukraine, not take all of Russia. My bad, I misspoke. The whole world has seen what has been going on. There's a reason why the only trading partners Russia has right now is North Korea, Iran, and China. That's it. Those are the only countries that Russia can trade with. And if you trade with Russia, you suffer large economic hits from the US. And with the stipulation of if they stop the war, Russia can then trade with the world again. And you won't take those hits by trading with Russia. And they still do it. So now they're starving their own people. And working with like the worst countries in the world. I guess not the worst countries, but like countries who treat their people like dog shit. There's been absolutely no reports of Australia. I'm pretty sure sending money to Ukraine alongside the rest of the NATO countries. I'm not like, am I mistaken about this? Yeah, the Australian government has sent $510 million in military assistance to Ukraine, as well as taking in Ukrainian refugees. They've actually sent $1.3 billion. And nearly 12,000 Ukrainian nationals now live in Australia. Escape the conflict, obviously. As well as New Zealand. Not the same amount, but New Zealand is also accepting Ukrainians. Yeah, you guys just sent the Ukrainians 49 tanks 2 days ago, actually. Literally 2 days ago, you sent a week ago. 49 tanks to Ukraine from Australia. I say you guys, but I don't know how much you're like, I know you're working away from Australia, so I'm sure you don't feel super like attached, I guess, right? I don't know how attached. I'm not gonna like presume that, so I don't want to say you guys and then you be like, oh, I don't fuck with them at all. But don't you guys elect your leaders? I don't. Yeah, from what I see, it's mostly that there's some corruption, but nobody, I don't see anything that says you guys don't pick your, like, you guys still perform votes in parliament and whatnot. Like, there are genuine criticisms, but most of them are like inside of like Russian insider or Australian insider trading, or like, you know, corruption that happens in nearly every form of government, and even worse in countries like Russia, where literally the most profitable Russian companies are buying houses, but for some reason Vladimir Putin lives in them, even though Vladimir Putin isn't supposed to be making all that money. But the businesses and the government are just in cahoots. Also, Vladimir Putin has been the president since the early I was a child when he was elected the first time. I was literally in the first grade, and now I'm in a union and have a job. That's I don't know if that's how presidents are supposed to work, democracies in Russia. Guy's been the leader for my entire life of Russia. Literally my entire life. I don't even know if I spoke English properly yet. I'm not saying that they aren't, like, I'm just saying that I haven't, like, I've seen some I was just browsing some articles and I saw some genuine criticisms, but they all just seem to be related to, like, corruption, like misusage of funds, that kind of thing, versus, or like, people are complaining that, like, they don't get anything done, they just argue and babble, and it's all circus show. But they don't do anything. But, like, I haven't seen anything that says, like, you guys literally aren't allowed to pick your leaders. I just feel like that would be really big news in America or like any other country, you know what I mean? Like if you guys couldn't pick your leaders, I feel like, because like when Hungary wasn't allowed to pick its leaders, it was a very, very big thing when Viktor Orban just decided to change the rules in the whole Fidesz regime. Or like Turkey, for example, like the whole world knows about these. The only people who really don't know are the people who live in like those countries. I guess. I mean, they do know, but not like the people are blind to the fact that he's been the leader for the past 13 years in Hungary, or however long in Turkey, or however long that whole regime has been in charge in Turkey. God, probably since the Armenian got to go Ukraine ship has been seen. I thought you said you were home. I thought you said you were home for a while. Didn't you say you were going home like the other... Oh, okay. Yeah, I just remember you saying that you were supposed to be off for a while. Well, hope everything goes well for you. Wish you the best of lucks. Oh yeah, we'll try our best to have fun this game, and the people who play it really try to make me not have fun. It's very similar to Tarkov. That's probably why I like it. Have a good one, man. Go get some water while it queues.
Let's go, elbow.
Suppress it.
Right here.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Satisfied.
105 close.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, I'm gonna smoke it. Nice, plant.
This is what I trained for.
Well played.
Well played.
Sage, healer. What an understatement.
I need a gun. Good luck.
Here.
Spike.
Got the spike.
Cutting their vision. Feeling sight.
Market.
You dafty. Refresh.
One enemy remaining.
Planted. Don't get back up, sweetheart. Here. You know, I could just outlive it.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
Time's up. Let's go.
Right here.
Suppressed.
Feeling sight.
No peeking. I've won it.
Ano smoke?
My ult is ready.
Dead. All dead.
Player standing. Spike down A.
Like I never
Oh,
left.
yun.
One enemy remaining.
No charges.
Last
Wait,
player
wait.
standing.
No peeking.
Yes. Filipino number 1.
This got easy.
Oh,
Ang
ina
ina
mo,
mo.
pre. Tara, laro. Mabuhat lang. Kaya pala ayaw mo mag-blood, Pinoy ka, pre. Mayabas ka. Ina ka.
Servers am I on? Holy shit.
Reyna.
Wall raised. Got the spike.
No chance.
Nice.
That's a kill.
Go. Papa.
Cutting their vision.
I got it.
Our spikes down.
Oh my god, one more.
Feeling sight. Last player standing.
Pwede ka mag-re.
Close mid.
One enemy
Enemy
remaining.
removed.
Baka
Gecko
nasa
nasa loob ng market. Yun, foreign. Last scene, Gecko nasa mid eh. Ay, nasa
The enemy
market.
only looks composed.
I need a gun.
Their hearts tell a different story.
LA ako.
Thank you.
Mandalo yung pre.
Hello,
Dinamay lang ako
hello.
ng mga to eh.
No prisoners.
I need a gun. I need a gun. Thank you.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Suppressing. One suppressed.
Drop. Here.
One on sir.
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
Rashes and double. Fun. My turn.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Let's default people.
Nag-go kayo mga idol.
They will cover.
No distractions.
Shutting them down.
Dropped Gecko.
Stopping fire.
Oh, chance. That's incredible.
Last player standing.
Spike planted. Dropping smoke.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
They'll break with the right pressure.
You want to play? Let's play.
Hi! I'm pissed!
Still in sight.
Spotted A.
Cutting their vision.
Breaking them.
Got the spike.
Spike down B.
Breaking them.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Drop
40.
Why not like
One of these.
Bragging rights if you get first pick.
Galit ka na, pre. Nag-off ka na, pre.
Oo nga, Puri.
Hindi ko smoke at mid.
Barrier created.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Be at peace.
May isa pa.
Good attempt. 3 down.
May res.
Your duty is not over.
Back where I belong. Cutting their vision.
One mid. You're blind, Reyna.
Still in sight. Last player standing. Team Ace.
NP.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
May ulti ako, rush A. Ulti ako.
We win. We survive. Still in sight.
No peeking.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Fire in the hole.
Palit pa dyan.
Drop in a smoke. Planted.
Sage! Pahingin!
One elbow.
Dink!
Dink.
4 seconds, 4 seconds. 2 seconds.
For you.
3 seconds smoke.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Let's make a plan, then execute.
I'll go B.
Forgive me.
No distractions.
Suppress it. Two suppressed.
Making cover.
Flash.
Cutting their vision. Don't resist. Still in sight. No worries.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining. 4 dead.
Reloading.
Nice ace.
When I want something, I take it. Stay alive. Thank you.
Pre, pre. Batang prag.
Oh. Sige, pag ako mauuna, pre. Pag ako namatay, kunin nyo na lang, ha?
Kupal ka, boss,
Tanggap ko na. Tanggap ko na fate ko dito.
Pinipik ko.
Flashing.
Spike down A.
Planted.
Barrier here.
Get out alive.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Bring them.
Have one of these.
Puta, sayang. Akin yun eh. Ayaw nila pushin. Kukuhain ko eh.
Last round in the half.
Spend everything on this one.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Cutting their vision. Cutting their vision.
Here, catch.
One enemy remaining.
You had your fun. Your duty. My turn.
One enemy remaining.
You were a mountain. I am a mountain.
Switching sides.
Pre, safe ka na, pre.
Ano.
Safe na siya. Hindi na siya magpa-plan.
Yeah. Taga-defuse na lang.
Kaya na, pre. Inad ko kayo. Snabbish kayo, ah.
Ay, so,
Paano ba i-accept yun dito? Pwede ba?
basta nakabukas yung riot account mo.
Nice, nice.
Matanda na ako, pre. Hindi ko alam kung paano yan, eh. Kaya nga mamang sorbetero na nga na pangalan ko. What is Google? Is that handsome?
Smoke.
Enemy spotted. Mid. Over there. Right here.
Watch lang, pre.
Maybe rotating.
There.
Meron sa mid kanina.
B.
Planting B?
Spike planted.
Disney chamber. Default chamber. Five seconds smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. What the Pinoy? Alis ako na.
Impressive.
No peeking.
Impressive. Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy. They want to die. Let them.
Inis mo ka siya.
Wala eh.
1B.
Buy anything. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Watch mid.
Enemy spotted. Mid.
Oh, multiple. 3 mid. Nice.
Spike down mid.
Reyna agad. Bulldog mid.
One enemy remaining.
Last scene.
Spike spotted.
Bulldog behind.
Don't be spending too many
Puta,
brain
nawala.
cells sticking in the mouth.
Thank you, Anna.
Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
Yes.
Could I have a drop? Thank you.
There. Shoot. Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
No. That would have been clean. Imagine I hit the one tap because he was tag 25, dude. With the Phantom. Hold on. I would have looked a big brain.
Stopping fire.
One enemy remaining. Spike down
One
A.
more.
Last player standing.
Oh, Tawi first.
They're suppressed. I got their options. Make mistakes.
Thank you. Fight.
They will cover.
Enemy spotted. Over there.
Pushing mid.
Hi! I'm pissed!
You fought well.
There. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Bakit? Smoke ka ng kapit na.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them. Need a drop.
Mid.
Market. Market.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Eliminated.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
Empty.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Nice try.
Dominate nila yung mid, pre.
Oo nga, mid niya tayo, mid.
Target distractions.
More mid.
To disappoint me.
Monster on the loose!
Cutting their vision.
Oh my god, I couldn't get out. Wait, what?
Deployed. Suppressed. Flashbang.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy
Stand
remaining.
aside.
Disagree with the
30
premise?
seconds left.
B.
Don't worry. I got the strangler.
Good round, gang.
Let them try to get.
Good round,
Can
gang.
someone get this? Thank you.
Yo, Reyna.
Could I have a drop? Could I have a drop? Thanks.
Through the calm, I see. Through the storm, I fight.
Suppressing.
Here.
You had your fun. My turn.
Fire in the hole!
Back like I never left. Last player standing.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Right here.
Tara, try natin mid. Wala naman tayong baril.
We
Push
win.
mid.
We survive.
Smoke tights. Hold.
Drop in a smoke.
Over there.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Hindi ko nakita yung pre.
Pre, normal lang yan. Normal lang yan.
Stand tall.
Kung matatalo
We
tayo.
are
tayo.
Valorant. We are
Kaya pa, kaya.
Puso lang, Pinoy tayo.
No.
Parang dapat siya ay sa Pilipino.
Puso lang, puso lang.
No.
Tatlo pala kayo.
Tatlo kami.
Di pa pa
No clue what they're saying. Not a single clue.
Hi! I'm pissed! No peeking.
Nice trade.
Nice. Wait, wait, wait.
Pwede mo okay rin. Save rest, save.
Puta, nasa likod na pala.
Ronald.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Kinakabahan si Mama sa patero.
Matanda na, pre. Matanda na.
May arthritis.
Ano na? Arthritis na ako. Google, what's that?
Match point.
It's been grand.
Can someone get
I've got
this? Yes.
two boys and people to ignore, so let's finish this thing.
Right here. Here.
Monster on the loose!
You're nothing.
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
Spike
Dito,
down
91.
B.
Okay.
Two bomb.
One enemy remaining.
One bomb, ah. Nice.
Nice.
Defenders win. The future.
Tara, tara.
GG's.